Welcome back! It's Kerbal. It's Kerbal. We're gonna fly Kerbal. It's Kerbal. It's Kerbal. We're gonna fly Kerbal. It's Kerbal. It's Kerbal. We're gonna fly Kerbal. Alright, we're over it. Hey guys. You remember where we left off? Yeah, I don't either. I seem to remember that we merged two broken vessels into one for some scientific research. And I actually did an EVA and repaired one of the vessels because it was broke for some reason. I don't know how it got broke. But here we are. So, we need to do two things. We need to try to make a successful moonshot. And we need to try and get to Nimbus. Here's the reason why. We need crazy science. We need mad, crazy science. I think we're going to build a new probe. And we're going to send that probe to a few different places. So, we're going to call up. We're going to call up? We're going to call up Moho 1. We're going to revamp some of the science on this. She was a good little vessel, but she needs more. Because I think the main thing she didn't have I thought this had a way of storing data. I'm wondering if we should just start from scratch. Because while this may look cool, I think we can do better. We have more parts, we have more science. I think we can definitely do better. So we're going to start new. We've got this probe body here. We've got these probe bodies here. So I think maybe we might be able to move ahead here. I want to say that we started with this guy. But let's start with this. All right. Now, what does this have on it? What do we got here? It's already got a self-internal antenna, which isn't very strong. It's only 5K. So, cannot transmit science. Well, we'll fix that. We'll put an antenna on that will allow us to transmit science. It's got biome scanning modes, terrain scanning modes, pitch and yaw control because it has reaction control rails, and it's got 0.5 electric required for each one of those. What's its total energy storage here? Electrical charge, 3.0 per minute. That's what it requires. But I don't see that it actually has any existing batteries. Oh, amount of electric charge, 1,000. Okay, so it does have some electric charge. Let's add more power. Always gotta have more power. I don't know what that's doing there. Go right there. Okay. And we're gonna do the same thing for down here. Now you might ask me, why do we need all this power? One, because it's cool. 2, this guy's going out on his own. We want to make sure he's well taken care of, right? We don't want him getting out there and discovering, oh, I'm dying because I have no electrical charge. Because we like our little probes. There we go. And now we're going to suck you up inside there. We're going to suck you up inside there. We're going to do the same with these guys here. Move you guys in a bit. And we're going to drop you down. And we're going to drop you guys down just like that. Okay. Now, we have almost a 1-ton probe. Makes sense. Got a lot of battery power. Let's take... This thing's not going to be re-entering atmosphere. So, do we... Do we want to save some weight and go with non-retractable solar panels? They'll produce just as much as their counterpart. They're just non-retractable. See how that looks. That'll give us some side coverage. Those could come down just a little bit. That's better. Yeah, I think we're good there. Okay, so retract. We're going to retract. You need to be auto-strutted. You need to be auto-strutted, and you need to be auto-of-the-strutted. Okay. We want some command and control. We want to put some reaction control wheels on this bad boy. That's a little small. That's a little big. Put one there. We'll put one there. Give us some good center rotational forces. Okay. Now, we need to put McJeb on here. You know what? We'll put him in our control bay. What we need something on the top of this. We need some structure. We need something that's aerodynamical. Do we have a fuel tank maybe? Nothing that, yeah, nothing that's... We'll just put this on there. And then we want a communication array. It's gonna plop right there. That should be good. A lot of empty space here. We need to figure out what we can do with that empty space. We're going to call this Moho. Moho. Actually, no. It's not going to be specific because this is just a random probe, right? We're going to call this guy Planet. Planet None. There we go. Doesn't belong to a specific planet. Generic probe. Ready for work. What do we have? Don't think we need any of these utilities. Yeah, I don't think we need any of those. That's all just flash and no pass. Okay. Science! What about payload containers? There we go. Where is our center of mass? Still pretty much right there. Okay, that's good. Let's see how good it's gonna be once we get all these parts in here. Whoop, whoop. Of course, these are all light parts anyway. Here's your thermometer. I'm gonna try and center McJub here. Close enough for government work. Okay. Geostat. Global Orbital Resonance Experiment Satellite monitors the total light refracted from a planet's surface across multiple wavelengths using 4 cavity radiometers. Can only be used from high orbit. This, I think, is reusable many times, so we don't have to worry about. Rather, we need to reset it. So we'll put him smack dab in the center. That's too big. Magneto. I seem to think that I mounted these guys differently. I seem to think that I put it like here, and then I pushed it inside, which makes sense. Mystery goo. And our material science bay. See, our center of mass is coming down. Okay. And I don't know what good a pressure mat barometer would be in space. But you never know. I mean, it is space, and you're over different planets and biomes. Submersible, okay. Laser, that's if we're going to be landing. I think the rest of this is if we're just going to be landing. We could install this radio scope. Those guys are usually pretty useful. But if we put it here, how does it deploy? Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, it should be more than okay. Okay. Went to about right there. Nudge it out just a little bit because it's interfering with our other science experiment. And that is just not cool. Okay. That's good. And you attach there because you're going to have some weird forces on you. Alright, I think we've got all of the science that we can cram in here for right now. Because all the rest of this stuff is large science. I know this telescope is pretty big. I'd have to put on a second container. We're not going to take the telescope up yet. I've already decided that. I decided it while none of you guys were looking, so... I know, that's not nice of me to do. Okay. The probe is perfectly balanced right now. What's going to happen when we add a motor and everything to it? It's not going to be very well balanced. But that's a risk we're going to have to take. Now the question is, what kind of motor are we going to put on this? And do we want to have a decoupler so that when we burn its fuel off, we can kick its weight out, and this little fella can just float around out there? Or do we want to be able to still maintain the weight of the structure? These are all things we need to think about. We're going to take you off for a second. We're going to put you on, and we're going to put you on. Some pretty good fuel there. That Spark is pretty good little motor for this. I mean, we're only 4 tons. That's 2,114 meters a second with a thrust weight ratio of 0.5. But that's on Kerbal. If we get it up around where the sun is, it's even worse. Sorry. Let's look at where's Moho? Moho. We're at 1.8, which is good. That's satisfactory. That's a pretty good satisfactory burn. What about the Mun? Good for the Mun. What about Nimbus? Oh wow, tons for Nimbus. That's awesome. What about Eve? Eh. Now keep in mind that these are on the actual surface of the body, not the actual Duna. I think we're good. I think we're just but either way, it's 2,141 meters a second. Now, if we really wanted to get technical, we could. We ultimately could put additional tanks on here that we could kick off to give it additional Delta V. I don't think we want to. These are mostly going to be one-use probes that are just going to do their thing and fly away. So, everything seems pretty well balanced right now. I think we're going to call it good. But, to save us some weight, well, let's think about this. My idea is to remove the weight from the tanks, remove the fuel from the tanks, get this thing on its path for where it needs to go. Then take any remaining fuel that's in its transitional booster, dump it into these tanks, and then kick that bad boy off and say sayonara. You know what? Actually, I have an even better idea. I just came up with a really good idea. So we're gonna empty these guys. We're gonna make these guys empty. There is no oomph out of these kids at all. And we're gonna go with, what color are those? Yeah, we're just gonna go with the all white. And we're gonna make you, you're already all white. Okay, and what color coding do we have for you? None. Okay. And hibernate and warp, yes. So it's 2 tons now without any fuel in it. Awesome. We want decoupling, and I think it's this guy. No, that's too small. We want this guy. Really wish it would pull that cowling all the way up instead of have it small like that. 'Cause that just makes it look goofy. Okay. So, this is going to be our transitional... Polly! That was me tapping on the desk! Why did it wake you up from a dead sleep? She was over there snoring a second ago, and I pounded on my desk and it woke her up. Hey! That was me pounding on my desk! So, for a transitional thruster. He's allowed to be out there and mow the lawn. I know. Settle down. He's fine. I know. You just really want to go over and say hi to him. I know. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. Trying to train her that not everybody outside is someone she needs to bark at. Hey. Hey. Settle down. Settle down. She's calm now. Okay. So we got the sub-assembly. I think we're going to use Robert. Because he is a good transitional sub-assembly. We're going to take that away. Hey, enough. And that's all heaviest part, heaviest part. I don't think we need, for what we're doing, I don't think we need him. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Wait. Oh yeah, because that is all part of that. These don't have the decouplers. Boom, boom. That fires there, right? That kicks that off. Then that kicks this guy on. Which then pushes to here. Which then goes to here. Okay. Now everybody's wondering, but what are you gonna do? You don't have enough to get the thing off the ground. You don't. It's not going anywhere. Aha. Not yet. We're gonna have tons of Delta V left over. Because check this little trick out, right? Actually, we want to go with a little bit smaller one. And then we want to go with this transitional feller here. Actually, you know, let's just bring him in. Let's bring in the guest of honor. Come here, Marcus. Yeah, there we go. Is Marcus a little underserviced for this? Come on, Marcus. Come on, you're supposed to be the big boy. And saying Marcus is underserviced for this. Well, I didn't want to do this, but I guess we're gonna have to build a whole new lifter body. And guess what we're gonna go with? We're gonna go with my favorite little friend in the whole wide world. A Mr. Twin Boy. Doom. Why does it seem that we still don't have enough boost? Because that's sitting way down here, and we've got that stack kicking off right there. That's a little better. Still got to do some staging here because it's still kicking this guy off, so we need to rotate this to here, and we need to do some serious staging here. Okay, twin bore, and our solid rocket boosters need to come down here. Okay, and these need to come down here, and where's our staging for these guys? Right there. So then who are these guys? That's Twiddledee somewhere. Where's Twiddledee? Okay, so you are up here. And you guys are here. So you guys go right here. Kicks that off. Now, we need to add a stage here for these solid rocket boosters. these guys to come down here. That kicks all those off. Now, we should have some staging for these solid rocket boosters here, which is right there. Boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom, diddy, boom. So that kicks those SRBs off, which then means we've got the twin bore burning. Which then fires these guys off. Right. And then we want to bring this staging here down below these guys. Wait. This staging here. Where are you? Do I not have a staging decoupler in there? I have to. Where's that decoupler? That's where that one fires off at. It's got to be that one there. Oops. No, you need to be right there. Okay. So now we go boom. Let's zoom out so I can see what's going on. Okay, so we go boom boom. Boom boom. Boom. Fire. Boom. Fire. Boom. Fire. Okay. I think that could still come down a little bit. That's better. And that's got not a whole lot of burn on it. But this guy's 3,000 meters a second for 1 minute and 42 seconds. Which is all these guys. Stage 4. Which is good, because we're going to be using some of its fuel. So our total delta V is 7,590 meters a second. On this, we're not entirely sure. This is just a probe. I think I'm going to try and send it and shoot it around Moho. But a lot of it depends on where our transfer window is at this point in time. But it's a real rickety design. It's most likely going to fly apart. But we have faith that it'll get there all in one piece. But I think we're ready. I think we are indeed ready for launch. Think it's going to stay straight? There's only one way to find out! welcome to the stream. First time. I appreciate you joining. All right, let's set this thing up for 300K. Limit. Deploy. Yeah, set those up. Okay, here goes a disaster. Get ready, kids. Well, it at least got off the ground. I need to turn on my McJeb orbital info. Going through max Q. We're gotta turn the roll off. Thought I'd turned that roll off before, but so far it has been a beautiful launch. That's a whole lot of Delta V for such a tiny little payload. Yeah, I was actually kind of impressed myself. I like it when they come apart clean. Alright. This is going to try and do its thing here. We got to put some fuel into this tank. Guess I could have saved even more white by moving it into the emptying these tanks out here too, but no, this is just a science mode. We're in it for the science. Which is why this is just a random probe that we're sending to wherever to collect science around whatever body has the closest orbital intercept at the time. Alright, that one's full. Why is that one not full? Because I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, that one's full. That's nothing. That was full. You've got full belly. You've got a full belly. You're a motor. Now you're just all unbalanced swines. Okay. We're going to take you, 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 and you. We're going to have you guys go into here. Fill up our center tanks. Try and balance things out here. I could. I just don't have an antenna to be able to communicate any of the science back. So it's got to be on the inner solar system. But yes, you are correct. With this much Delta V, I could absolutely go to Elu. That one's full. That one needs fuel. That one's full. Drain these top tanks. We're gonna be coasting a long time. Because I've turned my auto warp off. Just so I can do fuel. I needed to move fuel around. Awesome. Alright, auto warp. Alright. Let's plan a trip. Where shall we go? Maybe we could hit a number of different targets, eh? We'll put it down there. That way it's out of the way. Okay. Maneuver planners. We need to track more meteors. More asteroids. Alright. Advance transfer to another planet. Let's check out Duna. 1 year, 27 days. Okay. And if we do a capture burn, still 1 year, 284 days. What about Eve? 1 year, 37 days. What about Maho? 61 days. Well, that's in the ballpark. What about Drez? 1 year, 95 days. Jewel, 1 year, 200, so almost 2 years. And that's 231 days. I think we're going to shoot for Maho. Because that's 61 days. 5.371 kilometers a minute. Kilometers a second. Awesome. Let's create and execute. You're already orbiting Moho. What? I mean, yeah, but no. What is that? You're already orbiting Moho. I don't, 'It's ready for time warp. (2,845 meters a second to go to Moho. Which would just about be those 2 stages. We're at the stage here. "20 seconds. It's going to be real close on that engine. We'll have roughly about maybe 110 Delta V left. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll only have about 10 Delta V left. I said it was going to be close. That's really, really close. I think we may just kick that honeydew off. How much fuel is left in that? Those tanks are completely full, aren't they? I'm glad I put those panels on the side like that. Execute next node. Time warp. Alright. Let's do this. How close is that getting us? Because in theory, that's supposed to be a capture burn, right? Let's remove this. And let's go fine-tune closest approach. Let's bring it down to 75 kilometers. Create and execute. Awesome. Now, warp here. It even launched into our plane of target. Awesome. See, this is why I like McJub. Warp here. We're catching up to Moho. I mean, we don't have much communication left. Down to 28%. 2 hours. Circularize it, Perry. Warp here, 2 minutes. Tink. Alright. Circularize. Should put us in a nice capture orbit right around Moho. Burn time 4 minutes. We don't have the fuel. What? That's not how the plan was supposed to go. I burned too much fuel trying to fine tune. Ooh, you got it done. Nice. I like it. I do. I like all the reeds and stuff, and the maybe could put a little more moss down there, but I know you can't. I know. It's nice. You should be. You worked hard on that. Looks very nice. Good job. Well, I think we lost Moho yet again because we didn't have enough Delta V. So we are going to go in here. We are going to collect a whole bunch of science. Because, yeah, we're not going to capture it. We don't have enough oomph. I thought we were going to have enough, but apparently we're not. It was the fine-tuning the orbit that did it in for me. If I didn't do the fine-tune orbit, we would have been perfect. So a buddy of mine just pulled the heads off of a motor that's been sitting out in a field uncovered for quite a few years. It was pretty much exactly as I said it would be, completely swamped. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, that thing's swamped. Those pistons don't look like they're in good shape either. That 360 lived or that 318 lived a real rough life. You can probably bring it back, but I don't think it's worth it. That's a lot of rebuild work there. We're on the dark side of the moon. Oh, I hope we stay in communication long enough. We may not be able to transmit data because we may lose communication here. Well, maybe not. But we are out of gas. Out of gas. Again. Yet again. Why? Well, at least we got to transmit the science, right? We don't have any more science on here, right? Collect all. I think we need to wait until we get in a better position because we are just about ready to go into a non-communication area here. Or maybe not. Well, if we're going to transmit it, we got to transmit it now because we are down to about 25% signal strength. That is going to be a lot of data to process. But we got it and we transmitted it. We'll let the science vessels divvy it up and decide what they want to do with it. Who knows? Is it done transmitting at all? Or did we just run out of communicational range? It transmitted that data quick. Alright, let's collect these again, and we're going to shoot these to Kerbal. And she lives out here now. Woohoo! Actually, if we just go like this. That thing's getting a lot of power right now. Unlimited cosmic power! She'll stay alive for a while. Endless sunlight. Alright, let's head back to the Space Center and go check out our science stations. See what kind of new power. See what kind of new science we can get for it here. Safety bus, safety bus. We just gonna love the safety bus. Oh, it's so much to fly. Okay. What did I build here? What in the world did I build? Okay. What do these guys have? These guys have science they can transmit. So, transmit your science. What about you guys? Are you guys broken again? They have no data, but they do have science. Okay. So you're going to transmit your science as well. Okay. Tons of power. Tons of power. We're not even on the light side of Kerbal. What science do we have? 21. I don't think that has any science stored in it, does it? It does not. Okay. And you guys need some science. Because you currently don't have any science to study. So... Okay, so that's garbage. We can toss that out. That's a lot of science. Let's pin you up. And let's pin you up. And let's pin you up. Okay. So which container is that going to go into? That went into that one. Okay. We're just going to go until it fills itself up here. 480 science. 48 data. 104 data. Okay. Good. That dumped it over in here. Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. All labs already have this data. Okay, so we can junk that. All labs already have this data. Okay. Okay, so now we're processing more science here. Processing more science. And we can review some science here that keeps collecting, which is all junk. Because we're orbiting. Okay, I think we're good. still have science to load up there. I still have science to load up here. I think what we need to do. They're still working, right? Yes. So just continued research. Okay. I think what we need to do is go here, because there's been times where I've done this and then I go back into the ship and the Kraken's attacked and we lose everything. So we've just gotta look at all that. We got 2 of those guys out there now. What a total bummer. That should be enough days. Go back to the safety bus. Just tell me what science we have ready. It does not. What a bummer. That would be kind of cool if it did. You would think that would be something they'd integrate. Yep, they're full here, so we're going to transmit that science. These guys should be full here. Yep, so we're going to transmit that science. They still have loads of science to research. I don't know. They're burning through that data pretty quick. Remember, this is just a rescue vessel here. We're eventually going to have to abandon this guy and redo everything. This has just got so much fuel on it. Definitely going to have to abandon this. Is everybody done transmitting their science? Why have you not transmitted your science? There you go. Now they've transmitted it. Okay. Back to the Space Center. Alright, let's see what stuff we can buy. We've got goods we can buy. 1755. We could super speed things up here. Seizure running. Sorry if you have seizures. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That was too much flashing. Alright. And you're broke again, aren't you? Inactive, yep. And you're broke. Why are you inactive? Okay. I'm only going to be able to repair one of these, aren't I? Oh, no, no. He's got a repair kit. And he's got a repair kit. Okay. So, Thompson, you EVA. And you... Oh, no, this has to be a... That's an EVA kit, not a repair kit. Okay, so you board. That's an EVA kit. We need an A, which means Bill is our buddy. Okay. Come on, Bill. Let's go make some repairs. He's already done this once. Fix mobile processing lab. Alright, they should both be back in service now. I finally have a use for Bill Kerman. Getting a little out of control here, Bill. Think you're a good flyer, huh? He's alright. Okay. Restart science. Seems like they break less if I don't hyperswarp. So maybe we'll just go back into the Space Center and buy some stuff and let it occur naturally. Alright. So heavy command modules, specialized parts, scanning tech. We want some of this scanning technology. So let's get that. We need some serious rocketry here. So let's get into very heavy rocket. That's going to give us our Mammoth, our Kerbodyne, and our Vector, along with the Clydesdale. Precision propulsions, we want some of those. And we could get some of the nuclear propulsion stuff, which will lead up here to nuclear power. Well, let's look at things here though. Specialized construction, that's going to give us more. We do want some of this stuff. We definitely want the larger docking ports. Because as we grow into bigger space stations, we're going to need them. So let's grab one of those. And let's come down and let's get these things going. Heat management. Hydroponics, so we can do space research. Let's get more airfoils. Oh, we can't. We're 5 points short. Bummer. Okay. Well, we can fix that by doing this. Let's go into here. Let's track some meteors. We should probably try and catch one of these bad boys. It has been a long time since I've had to catch a meteor. They're kind of hard to catch, too. Ooh, gargantuan. That's a big boy. And that's kind of coming down past... It's a little far away from us. A comet! It's a comet! That's why it's so massive. You're a comet. I don't get to track a lot of comets. What size was that one? That one was tiny, wasn't it? I don't think it's going to zoom in on it. It's got an intercept point down here. 111 days. Medium. Alright, that's 30. We've tracked 30 of them. $31, $32, $33, $34, $35, $36. Look at that comet. Look at it just streaking through. Tanafre 1. They named it. That is cool. So let's look at just our spherical critters here. Wonder how soon we're gonna see that come back. 28 days. It'd be interesting to track that. I think we should still be able to track it even after it's gone out of here. Wow, how soon? We'd never be able to intercept it. That would be awesome to catch up to that. Okay, enough of this. Let's go back to our safety bus. And if these things are broke again, I'm not going to be happy. Transmit science. Transmit science. He is almost out of data. I think when he is out of data, we're going to transfer the crew over to here. And then we're going to take our pusher and deorbit that thing. Still uploading data. This one transmits slower too. It's because this has these high gains on it. And we just have this single Communitron. Which is surprising that it doesn't use that as a data transmitter. Oh. I think we're going to do a little more grindy on the science. Then I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah. Apparently I have a voicemail. I wonder why I have a voicemail. Huh, it's from a suspected spam. Probably my free Marriott hotel. I wonder if we could see that comet. That is a good question. Let's go in here. And let's load up this feller here. And let's go. Alright, well, we gotta put somebody in there, don't we? What do you mean I don't have any available crew? How can I not have any available crew? I had, like, a bunch of... Oh, those are applicants. Wait, what? Didn't we have Bill Kerman on a mission? Uh, okay. I guess I have two Bill Kermans now. Let's put Bob in there. Mostly I just want to see if we can see that comet from the ground here. EVA. think I went a little fast. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. See if I can get him in the... He's looking up at the sky. I need to take a screenshot. I think I've disabled my F12 for this game. Maybe I've got it Shift F12. Oh, are you kidding me? I can't even take a screenshot of that. Okay, well, at least it's on my stream. I can take a screenshot of it there. Look at it stream across the sky. Come on, get dark, get dark, get dark. It's not going to get dark because it's passing past the sun. That's pretty cool. Well, we confirmed that, didn't we? Come on. Oh, it's because I got to turn these back on. Recover vessel. Alright, that was wicked cool. I've never seen it before like that. That's awesome. And I earned absolutely 0 science on that. Of course you did. Advanced landing. If we're going to land on the moon, we're going to need some of that too. And field science. We need more field science. That gives us some good rover parts. And we don't have enough for the advanced rover. We were going to get more aerodynamical stuff. We could do some supersonic flight. Yeah, let's get some supersonic flight so we can start considering a space plane. But I think we're still a little bit away from the space plane. We need to get these electrics too, because that gives us a better relay antenna, and then we can start building our relay network. Tracking. Tracking. Everybody loves some tracking. Just gotta grab these meteorites. Actually, they're asteroids. I keep calling them meteors. I know what a meteor and an asteroid is. Asteroid is something that exists in space. Meteor is what it becomes once it hits an atmosphere. So I just need to call them by what they are instead of, continually calling them bad things. tracking. You are tracking. You don't see the comets too often. I really get excited anytime I see a comet. So, safety bus. Uh-oh. It's not a good sign if it takes that long to load. Let me guess. Inoperable. No, still doing it. Transmit science. You've got 0.5 data left. 14 science. Transmit. This thing's just about spent. I think we're gonna pin you. We're gonna pin you. We're gonna take you and plop you into here. We're gonna take you, plop you into here. Unload all that stuff. Get it ready to start making the move. Because you know how it's gonna go. Let's get in here and let's do a good solid 5 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Oh no. Just a planet. I wonder how long it's gonna be before we see him again. Safety bus, safety bus. They're still not. We're producing 11 science a day here. We're producing 6 science a day, or no, 0.206 science a day. So it's going to take a while to burn that remaining science off. What about these guys over here? We gotta go rescue those guys. Maybe that's what we should do. We should create a nice rescue mission. Go get the guys off the mud. We could get a pusher. Take a pusher up there. We don't need a pusher. Why do we want to push things around? Why? I don't get it. There's no reason to push things around. Is that going the opposite direction? It is. I didn't know that was going backwards. Or am I just looking at... No? That is literally orbiting the opposite direction. I did not realize that thing was orbiting the opposite direction. I wonder how that happened. I don't remember taking off to the east. Oh, hey. When does that come around? 1 year, 59 days. What is that? It doesn't give me a list. Crap. I guess, why did it look like it was going the opposite direction? "17 days. Oh, I'm starting to get excited about something here. We've got a meteorite. That's going to be coming around us in 17 days. Which one are we highlighted on here? TZR 808. Discovered year 3, day A. We may be able to catch that one. $6.56, huh? Alright, I think we are going to get out of this window here. And we are going to build a capture craft. See if we can capture that asteroid, because that, I mean, it's literally coming right past the moon. What a better way to capture it. It's happening in 17 days. Okay, so we need you, and we need this guy and this guy, and we need to pack this big bad boy on it. We need solar. Get these longer ones out because I don't think we'll need that much power, but why not? You know what we really need? We need some maneuvering thrusters on this thing, which means we are going to need RCS. probably overkill on the RCS, but hey, what you gonna do? We need fuel tanks too. I make this thing ridiculously big, don't I? It's 5.23. I don't think it needs to be that big. This is six-sided, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we want to go times 6. And structural. And engine-wise, let's put smack a little spark on there. Smack a little spark in yourself. Alright. Rock Hunter. We'll see how well Rock Hunter does. I'm designed far too quick to catch rocks. Alright. Do I have everything I need? Probably not. But we're going to go with it anyway. Slap Robert on there. He should have what it takes to get this thing to the moon. Let's slide an extra fuel tank in there. Go. Think it's all gonna hold together? I don't think so. But we gotta get there before everybody else does. Slide those down there, okay. That's that one, then we go here. That's that one, we then go here, okay. We want to catch this guy. No. It's this guy. No? That's the one. Because that's got a moon intercept, doesn't it? Launch into plane of target. Turn off roll. Turn off roll. Oops, that's deploy. We want to turn off roll. Engage. What's this thing doing? Uh-oh. High winds. You know, I haven't thought about auto strutting, but I'm like, bah. Who needs auto struts? Apparently I do. Alright. Save. Go. Set as target. Abort. Launch into plane of target. Engage. Turn off roll. Turn off roll. Two. One. And then again, we don't have our orbital info. Max Q. Says Nimbus right there. It's gonna ditch in the ocean. I don't know why I put that in so many different stages. I could have just gone with one single tank and let this thing burn longer. I think I need to redo this feller. Coast up to our orbital height here. And we'll circularize this thing. I was waiting for it to do something and I remembered, oh yeah, that thing's out of gas. I think this was my plan, but yeah, if I had just made it one big tank. Alright. Now, if we're gonna rendezvous with this thing, come right here, add maneuver. Whoosh. Where's that at? Let's go in a little closer. Actually, if we're gonna try and capture this guy, I'm gonna set you as target. In 17 days. Actually, no, because I don't know the size of this thing. I think it's fairly small, but let's go 75. Oh, that's our closing velocity. We want, okay. I don't remember what the default on that was. Wasn't it 20? Ooh, he. Okay, stop. That is trying to reverse our course, isn't it? Oh, it's doing a node change. Okay, cancel this. Add maneuver. Eliminate that one. We are probably going to miss this thing. Okay. Execute next node. I don't think we're going to have Delta V to catch this thing. Because we're going to have to be able to slow down. I don't know if we can slow down to catch it. Because depending on how fast that puppy's moving, and I seem to think it's moving pretty dang quick. Well, it says 75 meters a second. But it's going to pick up speed as it comes around here, right? And if we're coming around this way orbit-wise, we want to be coming around this way to try and catch up to it. We're going to exhaust him. Let's see what kind of intercept we get once we get to the moon. Because I'm wondering if just orbiting around it, we might be able to come right in behind it and grab onto it. Not that we'll have much Delta V to do anything else with it, but this is going to be another close burn. I think we're going to have like maybe 15 meters a second left when it's all said and done. Alright. It's only going to take about a day to get there. Whoosh. The thing's coming around. starting to speed up. Yes. I don't know. We want to push this out. Keep this out as far as we can. Alright. Execute. Give us that 25. Then we burn it at 110. Okay. Same plane of existence. That is still our target. Must be in the same sphere of influence, which it's not. But what if we were to bring up McJeb and we do maneuver planet? And we say doesn't like that. Fine-tune closest approach. Okay. So we're gonna have to watch this. We've got 17 days. 15 days. So let's advance this slowly. Days. It'll be interesting if we're right here in this orbit when this thing comes down that way. Because that means we'll just have to catch up to it. Or if we're even right here, and then we can just slow down to it. down just a bit. It's coming down. It's really going to be moving when it comes down this way, isn't it? It's really moving now, isn't it? It's picking up quite the speed. Here it comes. $39. How about now? Can we calculate it now? Mounting counter, 1 minute. I don't think we're even remotely set up to intercept this thing, are we? So we're gonna have to burn a crap ton of Delta V to come back and catch this thing. A little bit faster. Yeah, we're in the wrong position. I was hoping to be more like right here. We are in the wrong position to catch this thing. Orbit before course correction doesn't seem to approach target very closely. Planned course correction may be extreme. Recommend plotting approximate intercept orbit, then plotting course correction. Alright, how does that work? Is that just saying full stop and then heave ho? With an intercept out here? Alright. F5. Let's create a hard save. Can we catch it? Save. Execute next node. That's exactly what it's trying to do. Now we should be in the same orbit as that meteor, or as that asteroid. I don't know what to do at this point. Warp to here. Fine tune closest approach. Execute. Can we do a rendezvous with it now? I think it's gonna do it. Uh-oh. I think it flew past us. It got away from us. Alright, so let's load save. Let's go back here to can we catch it? Load. Where were we at on this one? Okay, it hadn't quite come into this. Oh, it was. Okay. So that's going to be our closest. We were going to execute this. Okay. Yeah, that came past us pretty quick. I mean, it's 1,000 meters a second. That thing's boogieing. Match velocities at closest approach. Start burning 1 hour. Do we even have an hour? A 2-minute burn. Execute. This is gonna be interesting. There's our object right there. We might be able to catch it, but I don't think we're going to be able to do much else. We might have to cheat our way into bringing it back to Kerbal. But it's starting to slow down. We're still getting closer to it, which is good. And it's starting to get away. No, we're still getting closer to it. Well, maybe. I mean, it looks like we're not getting closer to it, but the number is going down. Well, not anymore. Now it's going to increase. And it waddled away. Okay, wait, stop. Get closer. Add maneuver. Get closer. Create node. Execute. Alright, we're actually moving towards it. Good. I still think I'm going to have to go into the cheat mode for this. I'll turn that off because this thing's doing its thing now. actually going to intercept this thing? Close to target, plotting intercept. Oh, it's going to slowly walk its way in. I don't even think it's using any fuel at this point. If it is, it's just a little smit here and there. Alright, let's disengage autopilot for just 1 minute. And let's cruise to about right here. It does seem like we're closing in on it. That's huge! That's a biggins. If we lock in on it there, we may not have sunlight. Yeah, we're in the shadow. Oh, no, we have sunlight. We have sunlight. We have accomplished our task. Now, the question is, we clearly do not have the fuel to return this back to Kerbal. What is our orbital trajectory here? Because this thing picked up a lot of velocity. We would have to slow this thing down a lot. Let me go into this here. Let's disable this motor for just 1 minute. What is it for the... I thought I disabled that motor. There we go. Unlimited propellant. Okay. I don't know if we can rotate this thing around. Oh, we can. So let's see if we can swing this monstrosity retrograde here. Jeez. We're slowly changing its orbit. Right now our thrust to weight ratio is in the toilet. Oh. We got such a little itty bitty on this thing. But our numbers are changing. I don't know how our APO is increasing. Because we're pushing the opposite direction, right? Well, I mean, that's doing something, right? So if we keep doing what we're doing, it's just got to be 135 meters a second. And at the speed that that thing's counting down, you know, we'll be here till next Tuesday. Because it's a 1 hour burn. We're gonna let that burn for a great while. Because we're not letting this guy get away. We're gonna park this guy into orbit so we can do some science on it. That's a fairly big chunk of rock. All right. So, what do we want to talk about while this is taking place? We got an hour to burn. I wish I could. Well, I mean, I guess technically, if I leave this, will it continue to burn or will it stop? I don't know how that works. It went right past the moon. I'm actually surprised I caught it. I haven't caught too many of these in my lifetime. I think this is like my third asteroid I've actually caught um, since I started playing Kerbal. So it's it's nice to catch another one. I mean, either way, this was going to be a long burn. It just we got such a small motor on there. It's only a 20 kilonewton motor, so it doesn't. It's not like it's some major pusher, you know. Oops. Uh, we've got an hour of this. I don't even know. I don't think I can. You can't time warp when you're under boost, which really sucks because that would save us a lot of time. But it's down to 7:15. I think when we were started, we were like 7:26 or something. So it's gonna take a while. So what do we want to talk about? You know, I do have to say, I'm actually very happy that I picked up a Ryzen 7 or a Ryzen 7 7K for my streaming because I can use my video card now to actually do all my video, and I use the onboard iGPU to encode all my streaming, and it has made a world of difference. I'll tell you. Before, I always struggled with dropped frames and missed frames due to rendering lag, yada yada yada, because my video card was working double duty. Now that I've got this integrated chip on here, I mean, holy crap! It's like I literally have two graphic processors doing the job at the same time. It's a night and day difference. I highly recommend, if anybody's doing streaming, do that. Switch your recording software so if you have onboard graphics, it does the work there, because it makes a huge difference. I've actually started doing a lot of my DVD encodings um, with my desktop here now too. It just saves time. My other machine was an old um, Phenom 2 9850 with a 750 or a 770 video card in it, and I mean, on average, it was taking, you know, hey, happy Friday, and it is Kerbal, yes, but it was taking me, probably about uh, 10 minutes to encode, like 2 episodes of TV shows, and with my Ryzen here, I'm doing it in about 2.5 minutes. So it's made a huge difference. Look, I captured a big, huge rock. I turned on infinite fuel so I could cheat it back and have it orbit around Kerbin. That's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to slow down the bus with a skateboard brake. So a bus that's traveling at 110 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, essentially, that's what it would be. Is just a third moon, right? Kind of like, I mean, but you can see how big it is. It's not like a massive rock. I think it's probably, you know, maybe 30 yards across. Because I mean, you can clearly see my rocket here, and it's just a probe. It's not a very big probe, but essentially a great rock in space, and we're hiding behind the rock. See, we can't even see Kerbin, but somehow we're still communicating with it, because I think we can communicate through the asteroid. So, I mean, that's a thing. But it was really sweet because if you go back, it was making a bypass of the moon. So I intercepted it, and now we're slowly trying to change its escape velocity, because it was circling around like these others before. And then we got this guy here. We had a comet come flying through here. Let's see if she's still... Yep, she's still there. There's our comet. Tan-free 1. Let's see if we can get her to sparkle in the night sky. No, she's done sparkling. That's a shame. But yeah, we got that comet. I wonder if I'm going to see it again. Once it gets out of here, I want to see if I can see its course. But anyway, yeah. This is what we have going on right now. This is quite a long burn. It's about an hour and 20 minutes. We've been in this burn for probably about maybe 15 of those 15 minutes of that hour and 30. So we still have a ways to go. I've been trying to figure out what to talk about. So I've been talking about how nice it's been to have my Ryzen 7 CPU here, because I can do my stream with the onboard video of the Ryzen 7K and still have my 2080 for everything else. So, and nobody's really complained about my stream quality, so I don't know. That's... What I really need to do is get another monitor to match up the monitor that I game on, and then that way I can have the same resolution on both. But anyway, how's your Friday, Vulcan? How's life treating you? My daughter's in the other room screaming. I think she's probably online with her D&D group tonight. They usually meet on Friday nights. Yeah, that's how it is for me. I mean, I could complain if I want, but nobody really cares. And even if they did care, it wouldn't change the fact that I'm still complaining. So that's why when people say, "How are you doing?" I always say, "Well, I'm upright facing front." So hold on, someone sent me a text, a message here. Okay, sorry. Not wearing a dirty shirt. Well, that's always, yeah. Sometimes dirty shirts are good. Depends on what you're doing. If you're working on a car, dirty shirt's probably the best thing you can have. You know, I really wish I could grind out some science while this thing's doing its thing, but if I leave it, 7.099 millimeters a second squared. That's my current acceleration. 7.099 millimeters a second squared. Or I guess that's a second to the power 2, whatever, but I mean, still, 7 millimeters a second. That is literally a snail's space when you're talking space. I just noticed that right up here. Current acceleration, max acceleration. Vessel mass, 2,817.477 tons. And this is a 20 kilonewton engine. Yeah, our thrust to weight ratio is a big fat no right now. But, I mean, it's moving it. Or clocking this thing down a little bit at a time. Object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted on by another force. Even a little bit of a force makes a difference. Let's see here. I'm just checking the weather for tomorrow. It said we were supposed to have rain. But I got a friend who needs brakes on his car. It's saying 90% Saturday, but what time Saturday? Because if we can get it in between, if it's going to be like scattered snow showers. Wow. Scattered rain showers. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not being very specific as to when those rain showers are coming. 90% chance of rain. That's all it's saying. I'm not. Is there anything that gives the weather saying, hey, you know what? You're gonna have rain that like through this time of space tomorrow. Bah. Guess we'll just have to wing it. He's got a dead wheel cylinder on his rear brakes, and we need to put new pads and stuff on it anyway. So I figure, yeah, let's do that wheel cylinder while we're at it. Yeah. See, that's pretty much what I got too, but that doesn't give me a whole lot of. I want time frames, dang it! I'm a guy who's in the know. I need to know. Can't sit here and play these lousy games. I wonder if I should have just caught this one, because that one looks like it's already in an orbit around the planet. So is this one. Maybe we could get them all and bring them down and shrink them into the orbital area. Sometimes I just ask too much. I wanted to get the oil changed to my car, but I just got a little lazy. Anyway, I found out tonight that the cassette deck in my car, yes, it has one, still works by plugging in a 50-year-old tape. Oh, what tape? I'm curious. Was it a homebrew? That my car has a cassette deck or that I have 50-year-old tapes? It was a homebrewed. Nice. Nice. I still have somewhere floating around here several um, Rolling Stones and Aerosmith cassette tapes that were from like 78 and 79. I think I also have. Um, well, I know I've got a couple of 8-tracks floating around too, but I'm not 100% sure where they are. I think those might be. I think those might be on my storage somewhere. I don't know why I'm hanging on to the 8-tracks. But I actually have a little Sony Walkman sitting here that I'm in the process of getting a belt kit for, so I can put new drive belts on it and get it working again, so that I can listen to several tapes that I have here. Radio Shack Super Tape Gold C60. Oh wow, yeah, that takes me back. Yeah, I used to have the old Radio Shack battery card, to where you could go in, like I think it was like once a month or something, and get a free battery of your choice if you wanted. So you could get like a double A or a triple A or a 9 volt or a D cell or anything like that. And it's um, I, I don't know whatever happened to that card. I know I've got it. So well, I think it may have been left at my dad's, sitting in. Yeah, you would think, right, that auto parts stores would do that to pick up to. But it was the Radio Shack brand battery, right? Any Radio Shack brand battery you could do, and the great thing is, if you could bring in, they also had a program where you could bring in one of their batteries and exchange it for a new one. So if you had like 2 Radio Shack double A's that were dead, you could take those in, exchange it, and they'd give you a new one if you had that battery club card. So you didn't even have to purchase anything. That was the great thing about it. You get free batteries for life, and you didn't even have to purchase it. Oh, no, they were the they were indeed some of the worst batteries that you could put in your stuff. But if they're free, who cares, right? Um, I remember just getting them and putting them in my remote controls, and they would work for the TV remotes for a long time. I mean, I think I had a set of Radio Shacks in one of my old Universal remotes for like a year and a half, almost 2 years before those things died. But you put them in anything else, like an audio cassette player or a flashlight or something, they'd be dead like within 30 minutes tops. You know, they they just weren't the ultimate battery powerhouse. But hey, you could always go get a free one. Yeah, I just now we're down to 686 meters a second. So if we go here, let's see where we're really at here on this. Oh, there's our circularization. Alright. So we got another 28 minutes, another 87.7 meters a second. Yeah, no, I used to always walk over to the Radio Shack and get myself a free battery. I had stacks of them. As long as you never used them, the batteries last forever. They had a magnificent shelf life, but you put them in something, and yeah, it's one of those temporary things. But I used to use them in my old remote controls and the little pen flashlights they had, and I think some of the little RC remote control cars they had. I would use them in some of those. It just I stockpiled those things. I always the guy at the Radio Shack got to know me rather well. It was hilarious. In fact, I ended up actually working at that Radio Shack store. But yeah, good times. Kind of miss Radio Shack. I always would go into Radio Shack like it was a novelty store. You know, I actually have a TSR 80. Uh, I Not really a laptop. It was just a portable computer, right? But it literally just has like a word processor, the ability to write BASIC, and that was pretty much it. You could write any program. I think it had, God, I want to say like maybe 16, 17K of memory. It wasn't really big. That had a remote control, and you could actually change the station by. Nice. Yeah, I remember some of those old ones were old and clunky, and it just when you pressed on it, there was an audible click, right? And you could always just scroll through the station. I mean, that's all it did was just change the station. Didn't do anything. You couldn't select the stations like you can now. But you just click that thing and it just changed channel, change channel, change channel. I think some of them were acoustic, yeah, because that click was a specific sound that it would pick up, right? And it would just go up the channels and then come back down and start over when it reached the end, right? Um, but yeah, I remember those. I'm trying to remember who had one of those. I want to say it was like my neighbor down the street, but he always bragged about it. How awesome. Yeah, I don't even have to get up out of my chair to change the channel. Good times, good times. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the yeah, the wired remotes were another fun one. Yeah, I remember having the I think our first VCR we had the wire that you would plug into it and you'd string it to the couch. You'd sit there, play, pause, whatever. Um, Off through the channels, back to off. Yeah. I mean, for a hospital, that makes total sense. But yeah, our first VCR had the little wire that came out of it. I want to say it was an old uh, Memorex. That's what it was. It was one of those old Memorex VCRs. God, that's a name I haven't had to dig up out of my memory for a while. Memorex. Wow. Is Memorex even still a company? Are they still around? I think they're defunct now, aren't they? Because they used to make anything magnetic media. I just they used to make floppy disks and Memorex company. The original company declared bankruptcy in 1996. The brand lives on after being acquired by Limation and Digital Product International. Currently, DPI markets audio hardware, and they market CD players and microphones under the Memorex name. Oh, so they are defunct. That's why I haven't heard the name in a while. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, you remember how they used to always have the guy sitting in the chair with all the air blowing? Memorex. I love those advertisements. Those things are hilarious. So, blast from the past, baby. We're going back a lot of years now, kids. The company was defunct in '96. Yeah, we're going back a lot of years. Got married in '99. I think I was in California in '96. 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. Yeah, I was in California in '96. Yeah, TDK. I remember the TDKs. I used to love my TDKs. Um, that they were still. I mean, I still think they're some of the best sounding audio cassettes out there. Very, very little hiss noise, and they just recorded well. Rarely ever jammed up. The tape on those things was really, really thin. You remember how thin and shiny those things were? But yeah, I mean, those were good, high quality audio cassettes. I loved the TDKs. I wonder if you could even get audio cassettes anymore. Pretty sure you can. And of course, it immediately pulls up audio cassette belts. Audio cassette tape ornament. Oh, look at that! You can. Amazon Sony audio cassette pack of 4, $19. Wow. What would I do with a pack of 4? 90-minute audio cassette. High fidelity. The HF sitting right on it. Normal bias. Yep. Yeah. The 8-track is officially dead. You can still get some reel-to-reel tapes. Those are still common for who knows whatever reason. But I mean, out of all the mediums, you can still get pretty much all the mediums except for 8-track, which just baffles the crap out of me. For as popular as 8-tracks were, I'm surprised that it is now officially a dead technology. What is one of the other ones that died? Well, and Netflix is no longer doing CDs anymore. You can't rent DVDs from them anymore as of September of this year, which means DVDs are probably going to be disappearing off of the shelves in stores, and you won't even be able to buy DVDs anymore. Uh, but a lot of people sit there and say, "Oh, when was the last time you had a DVD player?" Well, look at your freaking Xbox and your PlayStations. They all still have medias in them, right? Yeah, the 120s were some of the more common ones to jam up and tear up on the inside of your tape players. But yeah, the 90 minutes were that sweet spot because you could get, you know, the 38 to 40 minutes of the record on one side, flip it over, and you can get the 38 to 40 minutes on the other side, and it was just perfect. So yeah, well, and I've got uh, three external DVD and Blu-ray players here that I plug into my computer that I am converting all my DVDs and Blu-rays over to, so that I can have them on my Plex server. And then that way I've got a digital archive as well as the actual media. So if things ever do go south, I can still watch my stuff if I don't have internet, right? That's where I'm doing the majority of my streaming anymore, is just off that. All right, let's see how much we've got left here. Still says we've got 86. Oh no, it's going down. So we've burned about 5 meters a second. Animaniacs, nice. Yeah, I've got a huge list of stuff on mine. I've got geez, I've got the entire Airwolf. I've got A Team, Bewitched, Allo Allo, Are You Being Served, Keeping Up Appearances, a lot of British comedy stuff. Um, I've got Cheers, House, Bones, um, what is it? Three's Company. I've got the Dukes of Hazard. I have what else do I have on there? Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Yeah, I've got a lot of TV stuff, and then movies. I have one 4 terabyte drive completely filled up with just movies and TV series. Then I've got a 2 terabyte drive that's filled up with just music. So, which is the other great thing about Plex, is you can sit there and play music from it too. So yeah, we're in the yeah, as time goes by. Um, I also have Good Neighbors. I don't know if you remember that one or not. Last of the Summer Wine. Um, geez, what else do I have? Yeah, yeah. Let's see, what else do I have? I've got. I need to get a larger drive though, because my 4 terabytes completely full, and I've got all this other stuff I've encoded here. I have about another 4.5 terabytes of stuff here that I've encoded. On my old encoder, still got a ton of stuff there that I haven't moved over yet, just because I don't have the space. A friend of mine was supposed to send me a 10 terabyte drive that he has, but he ain't sent that yet. You know what I need to do? I need to put my mouse right here so I can see if that is moving out of the way. I think it is. I think we're getting to the point to where that's actually starting to move, which is good, because 12 o'clock high, yeah. I mean, a NAS isn't gonna resolve the lack of storage issue. I mean, that's where I'm sitting right now. Is I just don't have any more hard drive space. Yeah, and I've looked into that. I've been, but if my buddy can get it to me for free, why spend the money for a 10 terabyte? So, what do you want? What are you telling me it's bedtime? Huh? Are you saying, Daddy, I better go bed? I've exhausted myself lounging around all day. uh, get a bulldog, they said. It'll be fun, they said. I still haven't seen it. Well, if I was going to get 6 of them, I'd put them all into a RAID array and have the data redundancy. But I mean, I kind of have that now because I've got 4 terabytes that are mirrored. So if one fails, I've got the other. Um, my music, I'm not too worried about because I can always get the music back. But I put a lot of work and effort into the stuff I have on my Plex. So, but yeah, I mean, right now I've just got the 4 terabytes in a mirror. So if there's any failure, I still have a backup, and that's mostly what I do. It's just a simple mirror. I should really do what? What? I've thought about striping and going that route, but what? You're really telling me that it's bedtime, aren't you? Because you are just pestering me. Okay, I still have an hour here, which will probably be the rest of this stream watching me do this burn for this stinking rock. As soon as I capture it around Kerbal, I'm going to do something else. Because I have a rescue mission around the moon I've got to still do, okay? So, if you want to go upstairs and go to bed, go upstairs and go to bed. You don't need me to come up with you. You don't need me to come up with you. Emma. I think she's telling me she needs to go potty. Since we're not doing much with that, I'm going to walk out here and let her go to the bathroom. I should be able to get out to the deck and still have her do her thing. Potty, come on. Go on. Yeah. All right, come on, let's go. Come on. Polly, come on. At least you got it over quick. Did you need to go out now too? Ladybird. Alright guys, hold on. I gotta take the other dog out. I don't know if you guys have seen my ladybird or not, but... Alright, I'll be right back. Hang tight. Hi-ho. We were talking about old technology. Enjoy for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Had another dog that needed to go out, so I had to take care of her. She's an older senior dog. My gosh. What do we have? Like 60 meters a second left? I gotta burn off on this thing. See if we can give it some additional boost here. Burning the RCS now. You know, because that won't give us much. I don't even think it changed our acceleration. Hmm. Yeah, because these things don't have a whole lot of oomph to them either. %, resources, that's pretty cool. Rename asteroid. Little fella out of the sky. Little fella out of the sky. That poor motor. How long will it burn for? I knew I should have picked a larger motor. I was going to go with the Terrier, but at the very least I should have put some thuds around there. Just wasn't expecting it to be a hulking rock. You know, we've slowed this thing down from, I think it started out at like 860 meters a second. We're down to 653. Let's see where we're at here. Add maneuver. I think we probably still have. Yeah, 75 meters a second. Which is saying 32 seconds? That doesn't seem right. Ooh. Well, I mean, I guess if I weren't carrying such a massive load, that would be right. But I mean, we're going down like 0.1 meter a second about every 3 seconds, I think. Let's see. Where's my stopwatch? About every 6 seconds, we're going down 1 meter a second. Or 0.1 meter a second. So, if we stop the burn there, we're going to have a encounter with the moon, which will bring our APO down even more, which would be awesome. That's what, 46 days it said? Yeah, 44 days. Maybe we'll just leave that node up so we can see how much delta, or how much meter a second we have left. Because that is counting down, isn't it? Jeez. This is gonna take forever. This has pretty much been the majority of my stream, is just this large rock, which is a shame because I was so excited to capture it, and now I'm just like, well, this sucks. Come on. I really don't know what I'm doing here. Start burn in 3 minutes and 23 seconds. I don't think that would have helped. It says 32 seconds on that burn time. I don't think it would take 32 seconds. Alright, we need to switch. There we go. I think we need to switch out of that too. There. This thing is starting to bend over that way. It's up to 8 hours now. Or 8 days now. It was 6 days to start with, so it's slowing down. We were talking about your truck not too long ago. We were telling the world about how, yeah, we were telling the world about how your motor was swamped. Yeah. And talking a lot about Radio Shack. Radio Shack was really fun too. You know, it's the how to clean this up without a blower. You don't have any option of getting that out of it. Whatever. On Reddit and on the Kerbal Space Program, somebody had posted, or Reddit asked, what subjects are talked about in the Kerbal Space Program, or what adult subjects are talked about on Kerbal Space Program. I think Reddit grossly misunderstands Kerbal. Anyway, no. I used to always enjoy my school shopping at Kmart. That's another one, right? And the blue light special. When was the last? I mean, Kmart's pretty much defunct now. Both them and Sears, you know. What was the other big one that used to be around? What was it? It was like J.C. Penney's, but it was not J.C. Penney's. It was Fred Meyer's. That's the one. I don't know if you guys remember Fred Meyer's or not. That may have been a Western U.S. thing, but yeah, I remember spending a lot of time at Kmart and Fred Meyer's when I would do all my clothes shopping. Oh yeah, well we knew that motor had water in it, right? But just all that nice green coolant sitting in that Uh, that would have been number 5 cylinder, I think. Um, yeah. Well, no, let's see. I gotta look at the image again. I can't remember which cylinder it was. But yeah, I mean, we kind of had an idea. But look at how much water was in all those other cylinders, so that wasn't coolant, right? Um, that's your other thing is we knew that there was a bad head gasket on that one, and from the looks of it, it looks like it had been leaking for a while. So that is the that would have been number 3. But I can guarantee the other side looks just as bad. I can guarantee you. But you look at your number 8 and wait, what am I? Those would be the even cylinders. So your number 4 cylinder is filled with all your coolant. Your 6 and your 8 are filled with nothing but water, which tells you, at one point in time, those valves were open and water was getting into them from that open intake they had, right? So your other side's going to look just as bad, but you've got that coolant there in number 4. But we kind of knew that looking at those spark plugs, they had looked like they had been washed with coolant at some point in time. But you really should pull that other head off and see what it looks like. That block, it's not worth saving. It's gone. I was looking at those cylinder walls, and you can see where all the rust is starting to pit. And you look at all those oil ports, and they are just more clogged than. I'm not saying that you couldn't save the block, but the amount of work they'd have to do. I mean, the block would have to be hot tanked. The they'd probably have to bore it out, put in sleeves, fresh pistons. Is that number 4 cracked, or is it just got a lot of crap in it? It's just so hard to tell with everything on it. I don't know. It almost might be worth decking that block. Yeah, it had some kind of head gasket. Either that or when they started tearing the thing apart, they allowed coolant to get down into that chamber. I'm either it had a head gasket or it allowed water to get into that chamber because they really tore this thing apart without taking good care of it. So they may have pulled when they pulled the valve cover off, allowed coolant to get down in there. But I don't necessarily see where the head gasket would have failed at because the cylinder in question doesn't look like it had any intrusion. But maybe I'm looking at the non-gasket side here. But I just don't see where the coolant would have gotten in. Yeah, you may want to look at it. I'm curious to see what the other side looks like now. Boy, that exhaust pipe was nestled right up against that block, wasn't it? It's going to be interesting to see what the other side looks like. And here's the thing, if you break the head bolts off, who cares? It's a 86 Dodge Power Wagon with the 318 motor. We're going to drop a fuel injected 5.2 or 5.7 in it. Are we past that node? Yeah, we've blown past our maneuver node. It said it was going to do that burn in 32 seconds. Oh, that's hilarious. That's our escape right there. 8 days. I think we'll be fine. We'll bring this thing around before the 8 days. We're down to 66.4 meters a second. Man, this may take the rest of my stream, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I picked such a terrible task to do. I should have just captured it and let it fly out there. Not like it wasn't going to come back around. Oh, we're getting some action. We're getting some action here. That's because it's getting an intercept somewhere through here that it's trying to calculate, and it's not doing a very good job. Hey, look, our Apo's coming around. That means this thing will start moving here pretty quick. $65.2. Yeah, they didn't really hop that motor up though. Putting a cam in a motor isn't necessarily hopping it up. It blew a head gasket probably because the motor has 200 and some odd thousand freaking miles on it. Or they tried to hot rod a tired motor, which is the most likely cause is that they got that truck and just romped on it and romped on it and romped on it, which of course blew the head gasket out of it because quickly heating those heads up and cooling them down, and heating them up and cooling them down, and I mean that's gonna cause warpage. And it could have overheated it too. It's There's lots of different ways to blow head gaskets. Yeah, it's they they probably thought it was a hotter engine than what it really was, and I mean, really, chances are we're gonna pull that cam out and find out that it's either a stock cam or it's a cam that is just a slightly more of what they would call an RV cam, right? So, which gives it lots of torque on the bottom end, but not a whole lot of additional horsepower. Because RV cams, you want that torque to move the mass. And if it's true that the thing was a farm truck, I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Orbital period 24 years. Oh, wow. No, we don't want that. 50 days is just about right. Yeah, see, because that's having us way, way out here. Yeah, we're not doing that. Well, I've owned a lot of foreign cars that I could say the same thing about. I mean, I turned wrenches for a lot of years, and there's not one of them that is worth the steel that they're made of. I mean, you can make the argument all day long. Well, foreign cars have far less problems. Well, American cars, you know what? They're all a piece of junk. Every single one of them is a big pile of steaming junk. And I don't care what car you get, they're never going to work right. So, um, I've had them all. I've had Buicks, I've had Chevys, I've had Fords, I've had Nissans, I've driven Hondas. Every single one of them have their stupid, what in the world was the engineer thinking pieces of crap on it. And then others of them, it's like, hey, that one feature is a really cool feature, but shut up, quiet. I still have time here, okay? Really, what it boils down to is how you treat the vehicle. If you abuse the living crap out of it, it's never going to be a good car. But if you take care of it, you treat it nice. I mean, every single car I've had, I've picked up when it's usually had 60, maybe 70,000 miles on them, and I've driven them to 200, 270,000 miles. Same motor, same transmission, never had a lick of trouble with them. And that's Ford, GM, Chrysler, you name it. But I've seen other people get those same kind of cars and they drive them 10,000 miles and they blow right up because they don't know how to treat it. It's like my Jeep, my 2007 Commander. I got that Jeep with 67,000 miles on it. When I sold it, it had 220,000 miles on it. The only thing I did with it was put a water pump on it and brakes. Change the oil, the coolant system, change the fluids regularly on that thing. 200. Never a lick of trouble. Not with the transmission. Not with the engine. The gal I sold it to drove it for about 7 months. Blew the whole damn motor up. Because she was hot rodding that thing all over the place. My Dodge truck that I currently have picked it up with 24,000 miles on it. I've changed the fluids on it regularly, rear differential, transmission, all that sort of stuff. It's got 60,000 on it now. You wouldn't even be able to tell it has 60,000 miles on it. Thing still runs like it's new. My 72 Buick LeSabre. When I got that thing, it had 74,000 miles on it. And I drove that thing to 287,000 miles. Of course, on that Buick, I had replaced the starter, fuel pump, several alternators, 2 water pumps, rebuilt the carburetor 3 times. Don't know how many sets of points I went through with it, but, you know, it's a 72 with points. You always had to replace points on those things. Yeah, well, you know, for the 70s, a lot of the quality of those cars in the 70s really went downhill. But I just know if there was a perfect car out there, it wouldn't have to have a repair center. And that's the thing. They all have to have repair centers, which tells you every single one of them has a problem. It doesn't matter the quantity or the type. Every single one of them is going to have problems. So, people want to sit there and yell and scream, oh, those cars are all a piece of junk. They're all a piece of junk. I've been friends with enough mechanics, and I've been a mechanic to know they're all a piece of junk. My cousin worked for a car rental agency. And she said, well, it always seemed like the American cars were in for maintenance a whole lot more than the foreign cars. And I said, which ones had been rented more often? Well, the American cars. That's why they were in maintenance a whole hell of a lot more than the foreign cars. Come on, if you're going to make arguments like that, you know. Yeah, if you never drive a car, it's never going to need maintenance. She was working for what was it? Not Enterprise, not Hertz. It was Budget. It was with Budget. I had to run the list through my brain. I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, it was Budget. That was back in early 2000s, I think it would have been. Yeah, when she was up in Seattle, it would have been like 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. Uh-huh. I worked for Subaru in what 90, was it 98? No, 97. Yeah, IT guy, NOC money. Yeah, yeah. I worked for Subaru for a number of well, it was about a year and a half that I worked for Subaru, and then I just like, you know what? Tired of getting wet. I don't want to do this anymore, so I went into IT. Made a whole heck of a lot more money in IT. Hated working on Subarus. What a big, massive pile of garbage those things are. My gosh. Well, and you know, the thing about it is, the cheaper the car, it seems like the better quality it is. But you get the more expensive the car is, the worse it is. I mean, I had a friend who worked for Audi. Made the transmission for the Subaru. Yes, um, quite a few of the parts for both Subaru and Nissan traded hands quite a bit uh, back in the late '90s, early 2000s. Uh, but yeah, I had a friend who worked for Audi back in the day, and he says you would not believe the amount of service that you have to do to those things just to keep them on the road because they have such stringent service requirements. Like the brakes, you have to change the brake fluid every, I think it's like every 15,000 miles. Otherwise, you do you can do extraordinarily severe damage to their onboard ABS computer if it's not changed regularly. Um, he was saying that they've got the auto leveler for their air ride suspension that is constantly going out, and that's a lump of crap. Um, their motors constantly have head gasket issues. Uh, yeah, he sees tons of vehicles in and out of the Audi service center all the time. Yeah, but you know they're the ones who engineer the crap out of everything. So even Volkswagens are just as bad. Um, they just have an extremely strict uh, uh, maintenance schedule. Of course, Volkswagen and Audi are kind of one and the same, even though they don't want to be considered one and the same. But you look at their vehicles in the '90s, and they were all exactly the same vehicle. They just had different badges on them. But yeah, I mean, even Mercedes, it seems like the more expensive the vehicles get, the worse the quality of them get. I mean, you get up in the Mercedes, the Lexus, the Infinities. Oh my gosh, the transmissions on the Infinities. Another Nissan proud product. Nice. You know, speaking of flying engineers, in when I was turning wrenches, there was this one guy that I met just randomly. I think it was, I can't remember where I was at, but he was asking what I did and everything, and I was telling him. He's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I do contract work with Ferrari every now and then, and let me tell you, these guys. I mean, they've whenever they have a problem with the Ferrari they can't figure out, I'm the guy they call." I'm sitting there listening to this guy just tell stories like this, and I'm just shaking my head saying, "Yeah, yeah, like Ferrari would be calling you. You're the Ferrari guy." I said, "Trust me, if there's a problem with the Ferrari, they are sending people out from Ferrari to fix it. They're not calling some rando off the street to come fix it for them." You have a real screwed up idea as to exactly how Ferrari works. Yeah, that guy, he was so into himself. It was hilarious. I loved listening to him tell his stories about how he was the go-to man. What?
I got 2 free guns.
You got 2 free guns?
Yeah.
These actually had the little poppers on them?
Yeah, and it
Awesome.
makes smoke.
Yeah, well that's why it's called a cap gun, son.
Oh, wrong magazines. Switch the magazines accidentally.
Switch the magazines accidentally. Okay, this is called a cartridge, son.
Cartridge. Okay. Although sadly, when they come out of the package, even though they come out of the package, they have missing ones.
Yeah, well that's what happens. I used to back in the day, we used to have a little roll that would sit in it, and it would pull up, and you sit there and ding 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 ding. You could get a lot of snaps out of them. I miss my old cap guns.
Hey Dad, I could let you use this one, my new one.
Well, we'll see. You need to start getting to bed though because it is 10 o'clock. Did you have fun? Is he gonna want you to play tomorrow? Did Caleb catch up to you?
Caleb?
Yeah. I guess not. Okay.
What
You need to. Caleb really wants to play with you, so you need to have some Caleb time.
It's kind of hard to get these things into the cartridge. Oh, Dad, me and Connor just do this. What? What?
That's got to be on your end because I'm not having any internet issue. But I've had people talking about freezing. You know, it could maybe it's an encoding thing. But if you're getting the spinning thing in the frozen display, that's no. I mean, I'm not even moving the screen right now, but now I'm moving the screen. My headphones are almost dead. Oh my. I think that might be your internet, because I am not showing any frame issues. I am at 5200 kilobits a second here, so steady, solid bitrate. I haven't dropped any frames. Total data output is like, yeah, that's 9,706 megabytes.
Hey Dad,
What?
do you want to hear the pop outside?
No, we could just do it right here. So we could just go. See?
Polly does not like that. It's just very loud.
It's not that loud.
Says the man with the headphones on.
Those smell funny.
Yeah, because it actually makes smoke because it works.
Yeah, it's different. It's a small yield gunpowder.
And it actually burns the inside.
A little bit, yeah. It's because you see the flames coming out, and that was a rapid fire. So
I'm gonna go outside.
check this out after the stream. YouTube. Ah, there it goes. This video isn't available anymore. What'd you do? You broke it already. You broke it already, see? This video isn't available anymore. I don't know what video it was, but...
Hey Dad.
What?
I didn't know how these worked before, but it actually breaks it, enable for the pop music.
Yeah. Well, that's what this does, is it comes in, it impacts on the back, which hits on this metal part here, and that creates... It's like the little throw snappets that we use during 4th of July. So there's... The pressure inside causes it to ignite.
I have to use these ones
We can. I think the dollar store has a bunch of these. We can go see if we can find them.
Well, I might as well keep one because so that I can show them.
Yeah. Or I think we could probably find those in Walmart somewhere.
Actually, I found my gun at Walmart. I think Connor did too.
Yeah, that's why I said we can find those at Walmart. The little
Well, this came with the gun.
I know, but I'm saying that they sell these separate from the gun, son.
Uh,
We could probably find these at Walmart.
it'd just probably be expensive.
And you guys have been sitting here staring at a black screen because I've been sitting here talking to my son about his little
Pop gun.
pop guns. Cap guns. That's what we used to call them. Cap guns. Okay. Load your other one up and then go to bed.
This one's kind of hard to load.
Yeah, some of those are a little difficult to line up. That's why I like the ones where you just feed the tape through. Because it always lined up and you just tick, 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 tick.
There we go. That one's finished.
That one's spent.
Yeah, that one's spent.
Okay. We may have to give up on this, guys. I fat fingered. Alright. I think I've seen that one before. She looks familiar. I think I've seen it before. I'll watch it when we're done. Not that I'm doing much right now, but we've got 55.4 meters a second left, and I'm at 10:05 on my stream time here. Oh, this isn't going good. What did I say? It was going to be about an hour and a half for the burn or something like that? And I can't remember how long ago that was. I think it's more than an hour and a half. Oh, that would have been a good place to stop. Why didn't I stop it there? It's going too fast. I can't hit the X that quickly. But who knows where that is in the orbital pattern, right? I mean, that might be, you know, a year and a half away or something. 28 years away. Huh? Maybe it's something going on with Twitch. I don't know. I know my other friend, Floyd, was complaining about that, but he was the only one having problems. Nobody else was. I don't know. Things are pretty weird right now with the internet. I've been hearing. Keep getting those encounters. I'm wondering why those are happening. Yeah, that's a really far out orbit. Yeah, there's... I'm not sure. I know that Twitch laid a lot of people off, and I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. But I think that, and it is right now with it being a weekend, it is kind of congested on Twitch right now. The weekend is one of their high viewing weekends, right? So it's not like the rest of the midweek when not a lot of people, most of the people stream like either midday, but for some reason the weekend is when everybody's like, yeah, let's get together, and you get everybody doing all their team plays and stuff. Of course, nobody sleeps on the weekends anyway. Oh, maybe it's a wireless issue. Does your desktop have the same problem? Are they both wired? So my friend Floyd, he's all. Oh, yes, both wired. Oh, okay, so they're not wireless. Hmm. Maybe you need to reset your router. My friend Floyd, he's wireless, and he says that it's quite frequently locking up on him. But I know for him, it's most likely just the wireless, because he's not in a spot where he shares wireless with a couple of other people in the building. So, well, maybe it needs to be restarted. They too get tired from time to time. I remember when I was making a number of Linux appliances, I'd have to restart them at least every 3-4 months in order to keep them up on speed wise. But that didn't sound good. My gosh, how much longer do we have? Let's go here, add maneuver, see where we're at here. I don't think it's going to change much. Yeah, we're still looking 57 meters a second here. Yeah, yeah, no. There's been a number of boxes that I've logged into that have been up for a long, long time. Mostly because nobody had actually been using them, so nobody knew that they were. Computers run forever if they don't have anything to do. Especially when you got something that just sits there at the command line all the time and doesn't run all the heavy overhead of a normal GUI OS. And those things they'll run forever, and you'll never have problems with them. But you give them something to do, and for some reason they freak out about it. Alright, guys. I think I may. We're so close. That's pretty cool. Yeah. No, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really a big fan of Linux within data centers is simply because of that. There's a lot less overhead. I mean, every single time I'm in a data center and we have Linux servers, those are the ones that we have to worry about the least. Um, every single one of our Windows servers, that's where we need all the manpower for. But those Linux servers, I was usually that one Linux guy in the organization that always maintained their servers. And we'd have, 7, 8 Windows guys. Yeah, 2.6 or so. On hardware that old, I would think so, right? Um, and really, the only reason why you would have an abundant of Linux guys is if you're turning out a lot of Linux servers and decommissioning a lot of Linux servers, right? But as far as administration, how many of them are actually sitting there spending hours and hours and hours actually doing administrative things for it? An update comes in, you just kind of watch the forums and see what's going on and say, great, that patch isn't causing any problems. Boom, you're done. Where Windows is like, yeah, we've got to test this on one machine and see if it works, but we know Bob down here has a completely different configuration on his Windows machine, so it might break that one. Or you can have 10 Windows machines that have exactly the same configuration. 4 take the patch just fine, and the uh, other 6 of them will fold up like a $2 donut. It just freaking Windows, man. Hey, here's a patch to fix a problem that your machine has. Oh, whoops, it created a new problem. Oh well, not our fault. Microsucket. The world is our beta center, or our beta testers. And that's your other big fear, right? Is do we really want to shut this thing down because once you put it to sleep, it's not going to wake back up. That's that is the thing we talk about constantly with Cisco switches. You know, especially when that Cisco switch is a couple of years old and it needs a new ISO on it, and you're sitting there going, I don't want to do this ISO because the dang switch isn't going to come back up. I feel you. I get it. You can't. They can't do that kind of stuff. It's too stressful on the animals. Now we don't have to listen to that motor burn. But yeah, it. And don't get me started about the Mac servers. Those things do not belong in data centers. They just don't. Look at that little itty bitty rock out there in the middle of nowhere. I still, I still marvel at how this game is so awesome at showing you the incredible size of the universe. I mean, right here, look how big and massive this thing is when you're up close. But you just start pulling away from it and look at it just disappear. And you're not really that far away from it, you know? But then you look at how big that is and how big that is, and you got just that tiny little dot right there. that is the thing that I love most about this game. It's just your size. Macs don't belong in a lot of people's hands either, but they are. I just we had one uh, we had one person in the medical center who wanted a Mac server so that all of his stuff meshed properly. And we're just like, we're not going to want to do it. We don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. That thing had so many problems. It was chronic. It never talked to anything. It never wanted to be a part of any groups. It never wanted. It just didn't want to play nice with anybody. Yeah. Well, and you know, I've used HP Unix and I've used actual Unix, and um you know, it is definitely one of those operating systems that literally, if it's not working, you've got a serious problem. You know, it's not because someone put in a wrong configuration or someone. It's because of the either the kernel screwed up or there's something that's not right with those Unix systems. Because yeah, it's they do exactly what they're designed to do. One thing, very simple, very quick, very efficiently. But that was kind of what the old Macs back in the day with the RISC processors did. I mean, you had that instruction set that did everything so quickly and so efficiently that it was hard to beat. But Motorola pretty much said, "Yeah, we don't want to make those anymore. So you guys have to use an operating system that now the PCs use, and all your Macintoshes are basically PCs at this point. It is all the same hardware now. It's all x86 processing. So that was really the one thing that separated the Macs from the PCs is that one RISC processor. It just, but I guess the same can be said for ARM. But yeah, Sun OS, Solaris. Yeah, I haven't done OSF1. It's been a long time since I've done anything with AIX, but yeah, a lot of what I worked with was HP Unix, Sun OS, and I guess it was Unix Linux or Unisys Unix. That's the word I'm looking for. Unisys Unix is what I used a lot. So Unix, Unisys Unix. Oh yeah, the Xeon or the Xerox Unix. Yeah, and then they had to go and ruin that with their OS. But you know, a lot of people think the Macintosh was the first one with the mouse, but it was Xerox. Xerox had a mouse long before Macs were even a thing. right? Xerox had the first mouse interface, I think, in 1960. Was it 68 or 69? Oh, that's right. That's right. Then what was the one Xerox had? Wasn't it? Because it was similar in name, wasn't it? I think it's starting to bend over. We just got to get it to be more Alfred Hugo. Those things are getting slower. It's not getting anywhere fast because we have no mass. No, we've got a lot of mass. We just have no oomph. Well, that's up to it's up to 9 days now. We've moved it from 6 to 9 days. Everybody just stopped talking. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. All I want to do is get this thing to like have a capture orbit. That's it. That's all I want. I didn't want it to take 2 million hours. I don't know, guys. I don't want to abandon it because we're so close. We're only 50.8 meters a second out, but the speed is just, it's almost like it's gotten slower now. Because we were about every 6 seconds, and that's definitely gotten longer. Here, we'll try it. Yeah, we've gone just a little shy because I say 6 seconds, but it was like 5.84 seconds, and now we're at 6.62 seconds. So it's actually slowing on our meters per second, and I'm not exactly sure why. Because you would think, if anything, that would be staying at the same rate, but it's almost like the mass is. Well, it should be slowing down because we're getting further away from a gravitational pull. Um, so this thing should be slowing down exponentially, not taking longer to slow down. Unless there's something else pulling on it, but if there was something else pulling on it, we'd be. Oh, we're almost up here. Yeah, excuse me, we're almost up here to our maneuver node. Hey, Battle Rock, how you doing, man? I don't think I've seen you in a while. Thank you for joining this very, very boring stream. I've been doing this burn for almost 2 hours now, trying to slow this rock down with a 20 kilonewton booster. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. You know, I've got 6 viewers. If everybody said something at the same time, I could get my get 5 people chatting at the same time thing checked off for Twitch. That would be awesome. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ladybugs are a ladybug picnic. Well, and that's the whole thing is I'm not sure there is anything pulling on it. I just think it's this is slowing down. It should be speeding up, but and I'm not sure my RCS would make any difference with it either. Because even if I went full RCS here, it doesn't seem, I mean, it's not changing our max acceleration up here. Our max acceleration hasn't changed at all. Yes, yes it is. Essentially a great rock in space. No, it's just a great rock in space. I'm trying to get it to capture Kerbal. It's not going too well. But I noticed that it was doing a quick bypass around the moon, so I came up here, orbited around the moon, and now we captured it. Now we're trying to slow this monstrosity down with an extraordinarily underpowered engine. Because, you know, I'm good at planning that kind of stuff. Yeah, they will mine super fast. Because, yeah, I've been at this, I think I grabbed this thing at about, what, 2 hours, 10 minutes into my stream, and we're now at 4 hours, 40 minutes. I've been trying to slow this thing down for like 2.5 hours. It's dedication, but it's boring viewing, I'll tell you. Sitting here doing the same stuff. Hey, Jester, how you doing, man? There's 4. Yeah, there's 4 people. Need 2 more. Yes, yeah, indeed, yes. Especially when you're just using a tiny little itty bitty probe. I mean, this whole probe came in just a little under 2 tons when it started, and I've clearly enabled cheats because I clearly didn't have the fuel for it. But yeah. I mean, it was 2 tons, but we're now up to 2,817 tons. Well, I mean, SpaceX just tried to do that, so I mean, I guess we can say Elon. That was a stupendous crash, though. I said it that night on my stream that it was going to end up like that, and look at what happened. I was I was not disappointed. I loved every second of it. But have you guys seen the image of what that thing did to the launch site? If you get a chance, check out the images of what that thing did to the launch site. It tore that place up. I mean, just literally ripped that whole place up, almost cratered the launch site. Nice. Yeah, yeah, it cratered it. It was awesome. They think a lot of the reason why they had so many engines fail is because the concrete and sand and everything damaged some of the housings of the motors. I the tank farm was just brutalized with debris. It's just oh. But when you have 2 times the thrust of Saturn V, what do you expect, right? Dig a hole straight in the center. Exactly. Just need a crap ton of Raptor engines. Yeah, they are definitely gonna have to redesign their launch facility. They wanted to try and do it without you know too much of a launch pad like NASA has, but NASA has those pads for a specific reason. SpaceX just found out what that reason was. I mean, they always knew it. They just brutalized that site. I was seeing images of that today and just going, wow. Yeah, that's more for sound dampening though, not so much for thrust, but a lot of it's just for sound dampening because the sound alone would create enough harmonics to bring the tower down. Um, but yeah, the water deluge also does help keep the concrete from shattering just from the vibrations, but it's it's sloped the way it is to prevent that from happening. But yeah, it just you could see rebar, you could see the water table seeping. It was brutal. It was really brutal. But they accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. So, which was blow up a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment just for the heck of it. No, there were other problems. It wasn't commanding over correctly, and it yeah, it just it wasn't doing good when it started making the maneuver to separate. Concerning slash impressive. Yeah, yeah. I heard a lot of people are not happy about how far a lot of that dust flew. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that was I'm sure there were a lot of meetings where they talked about, yeah, we're just gonna blow it up if we have to, because it was no surprise to the people at SpaceX that it happened, because they wouldn't have been cheering, right? So everybody knew that that was a contingent, but there is no one there at SpaceX who is unhappy with that flight. There really isn't. The media, on the other hand, is trying to make it sound like some major failure and how, oh, this is gonna set them back years. And no, no, that's not what's gonna happen. I love listening to the media talk about crap they know absolutely nothing about. Which is surprising because it's not like SpaceX has hidden anything that they were trying to do with this thing. I mean, if you watch any of their streams and any of their podcasts, you knew exactly what they were going to do with this thing. They really just wanted it to get up off the ground, and I think their flight goal was like what 1800 kilometers I think it was, or 18,000 kilometers. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they definitely hit those goals, and they said everything after that is just cherry. So well, and see, that's the thing is the command to stage was never sent because it wasn't getting it wasn't doing the correct rotation, and that's one of the things that they're looking at is, was it not getting the correct rotation because of the engines that were missing, or was there something else going on? And they're kind of speculating right now that it may have been. This is why a lot of the speculation is around the amount of debris that was scattered when that thing took off. They're speculating a lot of it may have been actual physical damage to the craft from all the debris. So, but the command for it to separate never sent. So, because that's the first thing I thought is, it's not able to separate. But Scott Manley talks a lot about that. If you watch his YouTube channel at all, he just came out with a whole video about that. But the explosion happened at the same time that the command for termination was sent. So they manually blew it up. Where are we at here? We're still at 9 hours. Or 9 days. We've still got 43.8 meters a second before this thing happens. Boy, boy, boy. Yeah, well, and it was in trying to rotate to do the separation, but the rotation never occurred. So there was also a lot of flex in the body of it. It's yeah, they're all sorts of math. But no, it was still spectacular. I was very certain it was going to happen, not happen the way that it did happen, but they talked about how it's just going to be a fantastic explosion. So it would have been cherry if it would have separated and they could have brought the whole thing back, but they'll get it. They'll get it. Look at how many failed attempts they had at landing those Falcons, and now those things are hitting their mark every single time. They just keep tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it. Where's our little chunk of rock? Right there. Yep, still burning. We're down to 42.8. Oh. Tell me again why I decided to do this, guys. I mean, we're going on 5 hours of my stream here. And more than 3/4 of it has all been me just trying to move this great rock in space. I don't know. You think if I got another pusher that I'd be able to catch up to it in time? Because here's Kerbal. Here's where we gotta go. We'd have to launch, get some kind of orbit here, come back and capture it here. Be a little sketchy. Well, there's that is. That's getting lower. That's 82 days. It just has no oomph. No oompha loompa. I made the analogy earlier that it was like a skateboard trying to stop a bus, but I think that was inaccurate. I think this is probably a tadpole trying to stop the Titanic from hitting an iceberg. But the numbers are getting more in line here, so we gotta get those down to 17, and we're at 202. See how high up that is. 79 days. Getting closer. Because this here's a 20-hour or 21-day. Oh, is that a 21-day orbit? It is 21-day. That's okay. I guess it could probably be 70-day. That's still... Maybe the next time that comes up, I'll hit X and call it good. Gotta see how that's gonna play out first, though. What's this one here? Oh, that's an intercept. So if I do this, that's an intercept it's gonna have with the moon that will bring it down to this. Ah, yeah. See what that's going to get us. That's 76 days. But then it comes and encounters the moon and slingshots us out again. Yeah, we can't have that. However, that I like that. Let's actually see if we can go prograde on this thing a bit here. See if we can bring that down just a smidge. That may be our ticket to ride. Our 2 tickets to paradise. I like this idea. Just gonna have to set an alarm clock. So this thing doesn't find a new pal and fling itself off even more into space. I think that's gonna be because I started seeing stuff move in an odd fashion. Because we're getting awful close to the mun. Right there. I like it. What do you guys think? $153 days. Alright, I think we're going to stop right there for a minute, because I don't want to mess with that anymore. I think we got a good thing going. So let's go back to the Space Center. We're going to see how that plays out. Yeah. It is 10:52. And we got 266 science. We could go to our space stations and get the remaining science we had there, because that was a long journey, guys. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I wasted so much time just letting that thing burn. I'm such a lazy game player. Yep, transmit your science. Go figure. And you guys are pretty much spent here, so we're gonna transmit your science too. Because you got, yeah, you're doing 0.849 science a day, so your science is spent. I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna transfer crew into here. Get you guys off. And I think we're gonna deorbit this thing here. go ahead and lock it up. Of course, this is feeding good power into our other science lab. Not that it really needs it, but... Does this have enough fuel? Oh, it's full. Yeah. We'll be fine. Deorbit this thing here. I want to save it. There we go. Undock. Switch crafts. Activate this engine. Turn on some RCS. Pull away gently. Get a little further away before we do this. Because you know how it's going to play out. How much power does this thing have on it? How do you not have any electric charge? Because that should have been feeding it electric charge. I don't know why. Because it's only 0.25. That's why. Aw, bummer. Just the airframes are no longer airworthy, or is there something else going on? Oh, that sucks. Well, it's airworthiness is important. And let go. Release. Okay, can we get to the other one? Yes, we can. Now we get to watch this thing burn up in the atmosphere. Time to put you to sleep. Yes, forever sleep. point you. Well, there's no real command or control here. It's coming on down, whether you like it or not. Let's see where our impact point is. Oh, we might make water. Yeah, I think we'll make water. Safety bus, safety bus. It's gonna start getting awful hot here in a second. Yeah, it's coming down. The Perry's gone completely AWOL. Spin stabilization, my friends. Spin stabilization. I'm actually kind of surprised how much heat that thing can take. Of course, I'm sure the spinning is helping too. Too bad I didn't put parachutes on this thing. I'd probably save it. They need a longer streamer on the back of this. I wonder what that would look like from the ground. That would probably be so spectacular from the ground. Brake. Brake. Here, let's just turn all the lights on. Oh, I guess I didn't set those up. Brake. We can't have them getting our secrets. Solar panels are a secret? Deployment would destroy part. That's kind of the point. I'm actually pretty surprised at how much it's slowing down. Ready for impact. Bye-bye, Space Lab. Vessel destroyed. Then why do I have a recover vessel? Why? This vessel's destroyed. Quick, recover it. Alright, let's go get our pusher back up there with our safety bus. Don't ask me why I named it safety bus. I have no idea. Hi! How are you? She's been on one. She's mad because I didn't go to bed at the right time. I want this guy. No, this guy. You go eat. Push bar. There we go. That engine is still warm. What is that there? Is that where it landed? Oh no, that's safety bus. Set as target. Rendezvous. How did I not put solar on this thing? Alright, we're gonna disarm you. You know what I just realized? I still have infinite fuel on. Which would explain why when I closed all those solar panel cells, It didn't make a darn bit of difference. I think it's just gonna walk it in. Don't know why it does that. Disengage. Warp 2 here. What row? Ah, see? I was gonna do a .8. Just to get us a smidgen closer, because I told it to get 50 meters. Alright, docking. Oh, it will be. Give it a second. Control from here. Set as target. Go. Turn on our docking cam, docking cam, docking cam. I love the docking cam. Turn off the rendezvous. I think we're gonna make this it, guys. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I may try and do some streaming tomorrow. Not sure. But if I do, I'm not exactly sure what it's gonna be. It might be American Trucking Simulator. Depends on what my guys want to do. We usually get on there and act like a bunch of wackos, so it's usually a fun time. Especially when we get us all chatting and listen to the ramblings of a bunch of old nut jobs who think we know a whole lot about politics, but we don't. We're just making it up as we go along. Pretty much like politics. So, it's always a fun time. I recommend coming and joining. But it's, during Saturday, and I know people have better things to do than to sit there and listen to this old nut job ramble on about nothing for hours and hours on end. Especially on a Saturday when they have better things to do, like, you know, going to the beach or going to concerts or, you know, pretty much anything other than spending time on Twitch. So yeah, I totally get it. But we might do some stream. We're not sure yet. It's usually spontaneous. Here we are. We're docking. And we're fat and happy. It is now once again back together. We have deorbited a worthless pile of junk science station. We have this thing. Another worthless pile of junk science station. All right, guys. I think this is where we're gonna call it. We yeah, it's doing okay. Sorry it was such a boring stream moving that gigantic rock, but I think we came up with a good compromise in the end. Now we just got to remember that it's there. Because my fear is that it's going to take one of those orbits and get a smaller size and then have another interference with something else and fling itself back off into space again. It was an interesting, good conversation. It always is good in an interesting conversation, which is why I was saying, when we play American Trucking Simulator, it's a whole lot of fun for people to join up and listen to a bunch of nut jobs complain about things. So, especially when our friend Brian gets going on stuff, he's really, really passionate. Yes, I will check out that YouTube video. I have it queued. It's ready. And I am going to watch it the second I'm done here. But no, I appreciate everybody joining, and I hope you all have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you all later.